Alright. Back at it again. I just wonder how many trials are there going to... not how many trials, how many parts are there going to be? Oh boy. Well... this part is probably going to be long now I think about it. But let us see. "17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber." Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you sending anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone that sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's clearly managed to piece up together a lot of new information, but still, we really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right Iris? Then we had all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to Windiback's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in a lug with Windiback for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windibank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you like it in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died. I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving around the air like I don't know what. Oh, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for more robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a lot of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's there. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? and she was still holding onto the gun. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Shows were lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Ginny.
Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. He was protecting her. And with that, he took the gun off me and took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the store like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what's going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. As I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out of the storeroom myself when... 2 gunshots? I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. Then he was, right at my feet, lying down face on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windbag might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. She fainted from the traumatic experience, I'm guessing. Windbag was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Yeah, it's probably from the trauma. It must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cub might have still been alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me.
You'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Reno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That cove. What was there in the afternoon? That Edgar Benedict. Yeah, this guy. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. Oh shit. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. Your what?
You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Ginny.
Mr. Nada Odo. Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trottle off with him, even though he was the killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend.
Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you have to do is put in your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar.
You're not like McGilded, I know that.
Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Artist.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly. Mr. Naraolo,
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative.
I'm always changing the voices for the bailiffs.
Court proceedings are about to resume. Please enter the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner.
th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
Okay, there's the realism, because I was kind of worried about how they gonna take that view into account in the game, because yeah, they're in the right to dismiss that evidence because it's not a conventional it's not a conventional forensics method of investigation. I think the only reason why the jury were able to were on our side was because of the detective's high reputation as a successful detective. And, well, yeah, and it really does reflect Great Britain in the old Great Britain times, where reputation tends to be a factor when it comes to a number of social-based situations, because sometimes reputation itself can supersede the law, which is pretty crazy.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Edgar Benedict. I don't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Oh man, 4 people on the stand now.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Grayson. Oh, great. Oh my god, Grayson. I've been watching Invincible recently, so I thought it was Grayson.
Miss Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about.
You are apprised of the position by the court.
Wait, oh fuck.
You were apprised by the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord. Gladly.
Here we go. The accusation.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present the claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouch detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
I mean, okay, yeah, he's technically not wrong on the last part.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolidation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, Consul. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies, you are...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. Enchanté. So... Ugh! He just threw his hat at me. I trust we can conclude this quickly. Ugh! But I'm not holding your flashing out while we do. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you—
The witness here is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say. Hold it! Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You are able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence, if your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Oh my god, he's so flashy. He's so flamboyant.
A silent victory, Wickle. Thanks. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by— Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective.
So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Tisk, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I have an offer to hear with this. How many times do I have got to tell you?
Yes, I know you're not big rough Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin!
Go by Governor, you what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have it. None of it. It must have been him.
You what?
Mr. Naskulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gum. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all.
What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him and... Oh, it was bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Oh. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. So wait, was he hit? So I'm guessing... Wait, was he hit by... Yeah, because there was 2 gunshots. They went off almost simultaneously, so I'm guessing he might have got... Yeah, he was the one that got injured.
My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these 2 wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Ha!
We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain.
No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Ha! You claim that you had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Alright, we found our evidence, or found the place to present evidence. Now which one was the one owned by the victim? Okay. Do I present? Which one do I present? Nice gun. Yeah, I think it's just one of the, Shit, which one do I present? Do I present the ticket or do I present the disc? I'll press this one. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident.
Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
No, you were there to redeem an article.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, he was right there. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Come again, sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well, no. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must.
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurdy installed in Winterbanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed, and this gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
Why isn't he saying anything? He was right there when he had a gun out, pointed at my fucking head. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Grayson might be trying... Grayson. Oh my god, I have watched Invincible recently. This timing does not work well in my favor. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurdy then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look at through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon. Okay, so, I'm just gonna look through my court record. Wait, hold on. I have the evidence. Did we not spray this? It was blood. The stain, like we suspected.
That's right, Hurdy's wonderful concoction soon proved that.
I don't suppose Gina couldn't have been wearing leather gloves that night, could she?
Ginny would never wear gloves. She's a pickpocket. She relies on being able to feel with her fingertips.
I could be wrong, but I think I'm being told off. Oh, it's Mr. Mason's blood. Oh. Right, okay. Oh, it's the Mason's blood. Okay, never mind. I have no measure. Hold on, let me check the history. Which one did I press again? Where did I... Oh, it capped off there. Fuck. Alright.
Hold it!
Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world.
And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that.
I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies.
Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already.
I have never... That man was killed. Okay. This is probably where I present something. Oh man, what do I present here?
For me gilded. That's the man you defended in a court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Runo?
Yes, or rather mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd like to know the answer to myself. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what we had to go through what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Okay. And Sholmes pouch, music disc, post-shooting photograph. Okay. The bottom line is, I had nothing to do with the Pomeranian. He has nothing to do. Do I just press him again? No, because fuck it. I'll just press him again. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Oh wait, no, this is the same shit. Oh, okay.
Objection!
Yeah, no, it's the same thing as before.
Is that right? Excuse me!
Wait, is this the same thing again? There's an Amazon Spectre. Yeah, come again, Centurion. Yeah, it's the same thing as before. You can't say anything, he's probably being blackmailed or something. He showed us the picture, but I mean, he wasn't there at that specific time though. Because the timestamp is not 1 in the morning. What else do I look at though? Because we need to prove that he was actually shot on the incident. Do we just present this? But at the same time, it's not really reliable evidence, so... Because that's the only thing I can think of presenting. Man. I need to prove that he was there. Okay. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Okay. my god, a bot showed up in my chat. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Alright, there we go. Man, what do I use? Cause you already looked at this. Cause that's the only thing we can hit him with. That's what I think anyway, cause... Okay, that's the only thing I can think of, really. It's just this, but... Well... Again, we can't really use this as proper evidence, unfortunately. Redemption ticket owned. Which one's this one? Mr. Winterbank appears to have used this back of the photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, so this is the gentleman's coat. Alright. Alright. Then I look at this. This is a small box. Yeah, that's the small box, the other ones. This is the small box. Okay. That one's different. Alright. But these ones can't prove that he entered the place. Iris Wilson. The Hounds of the Baskervilles.
That's right, I used Daddy's nose to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurdy's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps there's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something?
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Okay... Man, Is it this one? Oops. Oh, I've hit the wrong key. No, it's not, yeah. Fuck. Mr. Graydon, we have made a very clear analysis here. Among the blood samples in this oh, it's actually addressing this. And among the blood samples in this portfolio is one that matches your blood exactly.
Objection!
Oh shit, they actually addressed it. Huh. I thought I was just gonna use some weird fluff dialogue.
My learned friend is free to analyze the evidence in any way he sees fit, but the court is free to disregard the results.
Meaning?
As I have said many times already, this detective's plaything has no sway in the courtroom, and his lordship has ruled accordingly on the matter.
Right.
This will not do, counsel. The jury will disregard this so-called evidence. Mr. Graydon, please continue with your testimony.
Oh, they don't actually give me they don't actually knock down my health. Okay. He was definitely there at the scene at that night. I just have to find another way of proving it. Okay, they don't actually penalize me for that one. Okay. How can I prove that he was there, though? The disc? fuck?
Fuck, where?
Skulkin Brothers gun. There was a. Yeah, because that's not related to him. That doesn't have anything from his. That's not anything that it can prove that it was from him. Gun belonged to the victim. Yes. There's fucking nothing I can do with this one. Is there anything in this photo that... No. Damn, what do I use? Do I look with this? Oh, oops, sorry.
You have to pop your 2 prints here to start with, you see?
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing is to get the right position. The only thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. That's it? Okay, nothing. I mean, I guess we can show this piece of evidence that it was him? That he wanted to get the disc for some reason?
Objection!
Oh, okay, it's just that one. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny laminal bumps. In a skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Is that how we're gonna catch him off guard? Okay.
Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take the disc from the defendant? But the thing is, how can we... I mean, do they have blood analysis kits during this time period? Because if they do, then okay. But it seems like they don't.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between you and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
The desk.
There's a note on the disc saying "for me gilded," but the item belongs to me.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Clever one. He's a clever guy. I was gonna say clever girl, but he's not a girl.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and you yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc that belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all the likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Yep, I will press the fuck out of him again because this game has pursue mechanics.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you will observe, a communications officer, such as myself, commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
You claim that that was your overcoat?
Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded."
I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Insalubrious. Haven't heard of that one. Insalubrious. Seedy and run down. Unwholesome. Huh. Well, what do you know?
Objection!
Miss Lestrade didn't know such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
What? Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
And I will continue with my testimony, for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Winterbanks before?
Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I hid to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Oh.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this font?
I used the wrong voice. Oh my god.
Where are you going with this, Von Zeus?
Is he going to have him tell the secrets?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Corpers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Okay, I have absolutely no reason to bring you to the shop that same night.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items.
No, not at all.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than as I kept keeps saying I simply had no reason to break in.
So there was nothing of Mr. McGillis left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Because he did hint earlier, way earlier, that there was more discs in there. Or there was more discs to be collected.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on the suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. Yeah, I'm thinking of using that.
There's no doubt about it that the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out... I had absolutely no reason to break this shot. Do I present this stuff here? Let me double check. One small box. Did he have that ticket, or is it someone else that had the ticket? You run a very neatly pastely around paper. Owned by the victim. Because you need to prove that there was more stuff in there. I'm trying to remember. I think that's in the back of the photograph. I had no reason to break into the shop. I think I just present one of the tickets. Do I present this one or do I present this one? Let me double check. One gentleman's overcoat. Because I can't... Pawnbroker's ticket box. In the form of some handwritten notes on the back of the photograph. Okay, I think... Wait, I can't remember. Was it Graydon that submitted this ticket? Because he didn't just submit this ticket, he also had another one, I think. I'm gonna try presenting this one. Oh yeah, I was right, okay. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true.
What?
Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into that shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Yeah.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, one small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zakes?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-hat recorders again.
It's previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the corner where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box has been fuck.
I was so into the voice, I fucked. Oh wait, shit, I used the wrong voice. Ah! Oh wait, no, okay, no, I'm good. Okay, I didn't fuck up. Or maybe in this time, but...
McGilded's small box has been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on 13th April, 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Oh, then we could just use... oh yeah, and then... Oh yeah, we could just use the stereoscope to to tell if anything got ransacked.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something has been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same numbers are printed in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy.
I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. Also, the suave motherfucker.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking.
We stereoscope that shit.
I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forth by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
There it is.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh, yes, you caught the bug at last. You can't resist, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Oh? And there we have it. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What?
You must identify the location in question for the court counsel.
Indicate where... Oh my god. Yes, I wonder where it is.
Indicate the precise location of discrepancy of which you speak.
Oh yes, I do wonder where it is.
Take that!
Alright. I felt like I didn't need to explicitly point it out when it's obvious. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, that must be the small box in question. A single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box.
Let me wait. Unbelievable.
But the judge is fucking cross-eyed. Oh my god.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, Mr. McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. And... thanks for the follow. It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that what was removed was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
And thank you for the follow as well. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zieks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has
my tongue twisted for a moment.
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
Oh shit.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I would accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that doesn't make sense. Rather a lot of sense. For the Jews, is it? Oh God, this one knows Mr. Beatles is much richer now. But you can't disqualify the case of the bond will be considered a fact. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable?
Demonstrable?
Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. I keep saying Mr. It's just McGilded. Oh my god. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that the court had at the... oh my god. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny,
Could it be that Van Ziek knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
but maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Well, we have no choice. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness to hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You, witnesses currently in the stand, may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to with the omnibus, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we are all again.
Oh no, I totally misread that.
And now, here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nepalese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As intended, does the omnibus murder itself?
Be that as it may, I recall neither the desk nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Yeah, she's like a street pickpocket. So literally it's not gonna be much of a difference. It'll be like, oh yeah, the pickpocket lied. So what?
Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Hades, we're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I am struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawn articles and the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
The real truth of the omnibus case.
The truth is, that brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop round about. He threatened me not to stitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then, there's every chance I may have abdicated in error in
I keep saying Mr. They just said McGilded.
I may have abdicated in error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
And I don't believe it.
No child with the past, but it was alright.
The McGilded warrant valid to the court, just like that pickpocket.
Don't forget that lawyers for the East. They were all in on it together.
You're wrong. The lot of ya, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really snitched everyone up.
Oh, not stitched.
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unstoppable, stop.
Unstoppable.
Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cub was in the cabin of...
Oh wait, no, I already read this. Ugh. Oh my god, I got so into the voice acting, I was about to repeat the entire testimony. Oh my god, okay.
Hold it!
Repress the shit out of him, just like before. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
But anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. Was this disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up by pretty smartish. And then he sat the cub with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked, oh fuck, I hit space, shit. Hold on. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cub with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled the horses and McGilder got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the catacombs doing all, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left Miss Gilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there cause I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, and a voice from the outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
I thought I had to do Beppo's voice for a moment there.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly, and that stuff mainly. That's when McGillett slipped the driver and...
Oh wait, oh no, he showed me said the same, but I don't want to repeat that. Okay, he slipped the driver to do some run at the pawn shop.
That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony? That the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Von Zieks.
McGilder took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all carefully before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilder flashed some brass in his face. He went running off with at a lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch.
Oh wait, god damn it, this is a repeat statement. Okay.
He told me not to snitch.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scupper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never!
Said if I didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGillard have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGillard had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I left it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runa.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use this time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Press her on every statement. I thought I did. Did I miss one?
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about that. Yeah, it will probably have to be in between the... Did I not? The big one, the only best the whole time. Did I not press every statement? Also, they just got the floor. Stops. I could have sworn I pressed all the statements, did I not? Did I not press any? Hold on. All of a sudden I heard a scream over my head and... Did I skip a statement by accident? No, I could have sworn I pressed everything. Had a scream over your head. Did I... That's right. Yeah, I did press the statement already. So wait, what? Do I just... Hold on. That's that. Yeah, because I'm just pressing on everything. I'm not gonna point any contradictions out. Okay. I could have sworn I pressed every statement, did I not? Tell me not to snitch.
Hold it!
Did I say this one? The runner, just a moment, cancel. Do you mean to tell? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I pressed that one too. Did I not press everyone? Oh, hold on. They're still not bringing up anything. Oops. Another thing. Yeah, I've been pressing on every statement. Yeah, I could have sworn I pressed it on every statement. Discussion about something, I'm not comfortable with that.
Hold it!
Did I press this one? You were hiding in the cabin as well, weren't you, Mr. Swan? Yeah. Months ago, I feel like, did you not? What's testimony? Do I just pursue? Because what the fuck am I? Okay. not doing anything. Okay. So I got fight. Yeah, Okay. Okay, I'll just.
Hold it!
Okay, I'll press again. I'll press everything again. Saw the disc. Whatever it was. Nothing. Okay. Press the cup, lay on the floor. No, smartish. Belly. Don't want to say a word. Oh, I was dead scared. Nothing. After a while. Where is it? Oops. I had a screen from. No.
Hold it!
Okay. How come? Okay. Really good. Oops. Do I just pursue them, or? The hell?
Hold it!
Nothing. Nothing notable. Turn me to snitch. Da. The fuck? Which was it? Da. Do I just pursue?
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Oh, that's it. I was just supposed to pursue these guys, because they're literally just talking to each other throughout the whole testimony. Inspector, Mr. Graydon!
Whoa! Blimey! You trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one! Pull the other one, sunshine! You think I got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've had enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Miguel took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Miguel's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right after his trial.
I knew that.
Oh, thank you for the follow as well.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking it ain't no crime.
My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
What's in the box?
The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle.
Oh shit. Well, damn, that's another part. Yep, this trial is going to be a really long one. Holy shit. Alright. Part 3, Part 4. Oh boy. I'm looking at my time. Well, I've only been streaming for 2 hours, so, well, almost 2 hours, so, timing. You know what? Let's see if we can squeeze in the next part.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside.
It's a music box.
Good gracious. This is no ordinary box it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling it might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
There must be secret info on that disc.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Oh my god.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're all related to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit, in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no, the piece of evidence is police property and...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has a very vested interest here. but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
You're not gonna take the note off at first?
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's Morse code? It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Huh. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it, it didn't drop it on the way. If the officer sent to fetch it, it didn't drop it in on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from this music box possibly be a new clue? Yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nibonese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we are hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runa.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nibonese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
they've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Runo, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Rune. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... right. Stereoscope, music box disc. No. Oh my god, I have to go through all this evidence. Alright. Yes. No. Instant death. Hold on. No. No, it's not that. The true nature of the sound. Play a mechanical music box. Where the fuck? What kind of evidence do I show that proves it's a fucking Morse code? Hold on. Okay, that's not there. Box. Wait. No. I thought I said something for a moment. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this very box. There's. No. Fucking goddamn it. Pawnbroker raid from the photograph. Not a fucking ticket. Oops. No, not that one. Fuck. No, not that. Smash. Fuck. Okay, let's chase notes. Pawnbroker's ticket. No, she doesn't know. Not that. Wait, nope, not relevant. No, third bullet. Soldier's pouch. Box disc. Stereoscope. Window bank's gone. Fuck. Why does... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I think I just realized something.
Take that!
Today's paper council. The headline is Broker perishes in pick-press plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegraphs?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that is correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Oh, she's translating it?
You told me to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that this music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code?
There we go.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, the gilded perish, and all the important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry into the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. but the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You're gonna have a rabbit and bogey, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Skulker. About occupation is professional body.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three
Skulkin brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all he done is bring you to the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Man, that's a really short testimony.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
What Mr. do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did!
Gav, we did.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in this monkey business. They never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer who shot it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Something we'll have to examine later on. And later on, yeah, and in terms of later on, I mean now. I don't want to miss a lick of details here. Alright. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone within its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the cone are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Is there anything else to see? Oh, is that a little button there? Oh.
What is it, Rune?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then. Here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play
back on the side?
Yes, I think so. And looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
But we don't... Do we have a second? No, we... Wait, did we get a second disc? I think maybe. Would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box.
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So... this movement only produces a single tone like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. The music box they can only play two tones. Do we just take this out? Oh, okay. Okay, this is new. See how the music... see how the form-gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited in Windibanks. It couldn't be more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there is more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Yes. Can we not play the second disc? Okay. Would have thought there'd be a second. Can we not take out the disc and play it on this one? Okay. That's it. Can we not take the disc out? Okay. Maybe I play the mechanism? Take out the mechanism? Okay, well, it seems I can't. It seems I might need a second disc. So I'll just leave that alone for now. Okay. Alright, time to press the shit out of this guy.
Hold it!
So this is the newspaper. So this newspaper headline is okay, wait, hold on. So this is newspaper headline accurate. Government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop, I must say... Oh, this is the woman.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop!
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as slowly as you are being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of Ardo, stop.
So you had access to equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in the presence of idol, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that will be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Ah. Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
Ha ha ha!
I'm guessing it's the woman. Yeah, it's joining my fine.
I would be more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
Listen, you here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Ah, there we go. Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something that I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code?
Give it a try.
There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nepalese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
Hold on, where the fuck is it? There it is.
Yeah, there's the button. Boop. What is it? Wait, change. They're linked to 2 discs at the same time. Do I get anything new? Or do I still have to progress in the goddamn dialogue? There'll be second movement, same length, second tone like this one, they must do. It's the same. Okay, I still have to progress in the dialogue.
It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to—
Okay, that's where we presented.
which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Yeah.
Okay, that's when we expose it. I just noticed something about this music box. Yeah, we already have. Yes, we already said that shit before. Yes. Open. Okay, there we go. And hold on. Yeah, it's already repeating the same fucking dialogue. They're linked together. Yes. At the same time. Yes. Oops.
Got it!
Oh man, I wasn't expecting that.
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. I forgot to move my cursor.
This is beyond a joke!
I'm sorry.
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit that the argument presented by the defense is much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
Well, we need to find that bloody second disc.
You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
I have no relation to the man. Okay. Audio Morse code. Okay, I think we have to keep pressing. 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have had it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and his well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
I don't think we really do. Don't really have anything right now. Yeah, we don't really have anything right now.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it. Yeah, who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for a night after all the years, but the writer had a dodgy job for us. Yes.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Well, it's such a kind of baddies, you know. So let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't call Adam and Eve. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us.
Is that so?
but he was always an eerie one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming out with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Don't blame me, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton at Skulkin Milk Run? It was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, he's asked us a question, did he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more.
A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Milverton and Skulkin Milk. Okay.
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into into Winterbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was some kind of sign, begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winterbank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov. We were. You're right there.
That's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Winterbank's that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, can tell ya.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
There's a little team we are going back with those youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Yeah, it was Milverton and Skulkin? Yeah, Milverton and Skulkin. The business name, the business model, leave it. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
All right, I thought a clever cox like you have worked that one out. That is...
That's his name.
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't...
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these 2 witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
It was the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
They took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been grading since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh?
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things there, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jay overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-ins at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between these two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. What if the key to us making headway with the... Oh, wait! Hold on. No. What the fuck is that guy? No. Oh, his profile isn't here. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Aha! Just as I thought. The victim shares the same last name. So that must have been his dad that got murdered, or someone related to him. Aha. Could be those two brothers, yeah. Okay, I figured it out. I'm here to give steal information on Morse code. I have no relation to that man.
Objection!
There we go. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't...
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Gotcha, bitch. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in the secret government communications and selling it on to McGill did. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music boxes to encode the information, as, presumably, a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one, I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGill did went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Wait, we never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Yep, that's why the box was shifted, cause man plucked it. Plucked the disc right out of it. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually being on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, mate, Mule China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Yes. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my actions.
I got too ad-libby there.
But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show him hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can't rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grr.
The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
What?
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
Oh shit, is he gonna pull a gun and shoot me? Oh god. Is he gonna commit assassination in this courtroom right now? What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You... What? This fucking guy.
Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon,
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You'll explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
The moment of the shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could only see him through the peephole through the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Fucking dumbass.
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation.
The truth.
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood was splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really?
I wonder... Hold on, where the fuck is that evidence? There we go. Okay.
If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas of no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as basis of evidence. Scotland Yard is a small quantity of chemical reagent used, with your lord's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting that happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Fuck. That's the brickmaker's blood, though. I think the brickmaker's blood? No. It was, McGilded's blood. Not McGild... No, wait. No, it is a brickmaker's blood on... Yeah. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Yeah, that's not gonna work, buddy.
You overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo Nash was scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared all my life.
Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carries a gun.
What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me new bruv, but the geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I moved beyond the old fella, and that soon made him scabber.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you!
Sorry, Gav.
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would be still bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
Well, I've only gone with him. He tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he stumbled through the door out the back.
At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door was a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Wait, did I actually see? I guess so.
And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet has been fired. And we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that the bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the pawnbroker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her.
Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother!
She then tossed the gun at the people.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the book fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun for the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. Ha! I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up.
We may have been a mess around the hours, so Mr. Whistle and Flu here told us to tidy up.
It AC's our blooming mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bullet.
Alright!
What the?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen.
Something wrong, sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me and whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people at the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rack sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grixie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think it might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
The fuck is he up to?
My lord,
Oh shit, the evidence is here.
requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
The blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. The traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they will result from spattering from following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me.
Fuck.
See? What did I tell you?
No, the blonde on the coat is not Mr. Winterbanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded.
Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilden had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilden's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formed chemical.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I yelled out Piroshki to starving boy and he ran away crying.
I don't know what Piroshki is, but...
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Oh god. Well, I was right. From the last stream, we're gonna have a third summation examination.
Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Sir! Sir! Oh, there we go.
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
Well, time for another summation examination, as I predicted in the stream title.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
Your Honor, hear me out. How about a third summation examination?
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After all, I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem.
I assume this is probably Herlock.
Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, is that the detective in disguise?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer, you delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that the scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? How did he hide all that hair? Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Why are you dressed up like a Barbie?
Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
Well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You are awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humour me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Von Seeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Alright, Detective Sholmes. Totally not Sherlock. But, yes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength of Standman. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurry! This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender photoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Usato.
From Mrs. Sato?
If possible, if matters were to be settled without me giving you this, those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Usato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and understand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, you would find yourself in considerable peril. At this very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Sato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah! What? The one that makes a little pet cubby door? Okay.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What? What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat. It can make a cat flap for our little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Usato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves. Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then. She said I used this cat flapper-mat that night? But why? What's this have to do with the case?
Your 5 minutes is over.
Wait. Did the culprit somehow get this item and then use it to make the peephole in the door? We're out of time already? Oh shit. Did Graydon use the cat flapper mat to make a peephole in the door that we used to see the scene in the storeroom? Was that just not there the whole time? What? Oh no, it was there, but oh, he must have done it beforehand.
I'm grateful for you to afford us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests a further summation examination. Time to think. Summation examination, further cross-examination, time to think. Well, the only way to get a further cross-examination is to win the summation examination. Now it's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What of Mrs. Sato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to wait?
What? Dude! I can't do a further cross-examination without getting the jurors off my ass, man. That's literally the law in this fucking court. Oh my god.
Would you let...
Oh wait, no! They suspended it! Oh my god. Yeah, because the judge suspended the fucking cross-examination, so technically it's not over yet. Oh my god, I'm really gonna do this. I'm really gonna hit the judge with an actually moment.
Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you to go to waste?
Final piece of...
This is not a time for an action. This is a time to hear from a witness.
But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Hurley means, Reno. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial?
Aha!
If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication.
Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine the new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Yeah, it's actually suspended.
My lord.
I guess, my lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Yep. So technically, it's not over.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If you're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
Let me take a look-see here first. There we go. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of a door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it's for what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flappermat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Like a is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Yeah, this was used in the case. I'm guessing this device was in the pawn shop when it happened. Yep.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to the adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Oh my god, they reused the same animation. Mr. Sholmes! Can somebody get him back to the hospital? I think he may have reopened some wounds.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Yep, I know what to use. Ooh, new soundtrack. When I made a man from the national counter, I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot. Okay, I saw the blood spout. Oh, that where'd you go? I should also gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. I can't press him, so... I'm guessing that door didn't have a peephole. Actually, hold on. In case I fuck this up, I will save. Okay. Here we go.
Objection!
Oh yeah, it's the right one.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat Flappermat, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to go.
I'm sure we could all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sean's.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in that door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. I never saw that in the beginning scene though. I might have missed it, but... I might have missed it when I was so invested in the voice acting, but... okay.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
Grr.
In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I decided to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Well, why don't we demonstrate it in front of the courtroom?
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Wacky, gooey, time for dinner.
Wait, did she actually made one in the door earlier? Huh.
Well,
When did she do that?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door had window banks was made by your machine. And there is no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people and window banks are an exact match. Hehe, old Silk is lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Yeah, I still need to figure that out. When was that cut out? Was it before or after the... Because the way he was positioned, it seems like it was made... Yeah, we need to prove that was made after, so that we can convict him. Because he was lying there. And, okay. Okay. Oh wait! We have photographic evidence. It's right here, okay. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ah, we got the evidence.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator is returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
Actually, there is. I just figured that out not that long ago.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed that it is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Just like the cat flapper-mat. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Winterbank storeroom was created after the evidence and not before.
I just need hold on. I need to check that. No people. People. Yep, found it.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description.
Mr. Graydon? You couldn't have possibly witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene.
Ah, shit.
But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Von Ziegs?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Ah, shite.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Harry always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. I think it might be the gun that was found in... Yeah. The gun that was in her hand. Oh yeah, and the fact that he said that she tossed... and the fact that, Graydon said that she supposedly tossed the gun out of the peephole, but there was no peephole. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the people, the bloodstains, the coat, the third gun. The third gun!
Objection!
Do you have any idea what you're saying, my Nibonese friend?
Absolutely, I've been studying English hard since I was a child.
You failed to catch my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself.
What? He literally just said that Gina threw the gun out of the peephole in the time during that time. There was no peephole to throw the gun into. How would he know? Oh. What? Okay.
Precisely who else but this man could have known of a third gun's existence?
Ah. Okay.
Keep at it, Bruno. Chin up.
Oh, god damn it. Really?
After the lengths his Sato went in order to leave that last piece of evidence with me. In fact, perhaps I need to pursue the implications of that further, and may all become clear.
There is still light in those dark eyes, I see. Will it do any good, I wonder?
Okay. I guess the bloodstains? Oh, the peephole, right. Because he shouldn't have known about that. The point is that you lied in your... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously oh. Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The people in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So we gave them the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there is no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So, the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Six? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not at all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Oh. Gregson told him.
Stop right there, my learned friend. You realized. I trust that the words you have just uttered have extremely serious implications.
That's what they were talking about earlier. They were talking about an alibi of some sort. Well, not an alibi, but what to say in the upcoming testimony. Or in the made-up of what testimony he'll be putting out. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness detail of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella? I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed the following recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think that was when Ginny was testifying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toy rag, you're making all this up. I mean, I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, that it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. He bribed him.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping with the accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present the evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return?
The disc.
The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
The second disc? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness?
The second disc. Is it not?
Take that!
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, and that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case.
You little... Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Miss McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine! That is! It's mine, that is! Mine!
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time. Isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he will not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he will not have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc? Wait, he has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes! The defense demands the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this man to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you are aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Did he slip it into the machine? Into the music box?
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Just gonna save ya. Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects?
Okay. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your Nipponi's stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Wait, what? I selected search someone else.
Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal...
Objection!
Yeah. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. I don't know who said that.
Runa is doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Not a hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc in that moment. There's only one person that can be. Yeah.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search now?
I think it's just... Okay, I'm just gonna... I'm guessing it's still on the guy? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still with the guy. Is it still with him? Okay. When could they have passed it on? I think he probably slipped it. Because what was he doing at the time? Fuck. What was he doing at the time? Did he slip it back onto him?
Oh, wait.
Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I just remembered. I remember he was shaking Nash. He was shaking Nash by the collar for some reason.
for... Oh, I see now. He was shaking
Take
him.
that!
Yeah. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
I made me, him.
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector,
Scotland Yard, has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Von Zieg's, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
bailiff, carry out the search.
Yeah, hold on about. I don't know nothing. Nothing about all this.
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
Yeah, because he slipped it into the guy's pocket when he was shaking him around. Damn, he planned that far ahead to disguise the whole mess to be like some sort of weird argument between him and that one goon. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. He planned that far ahead? Jesus Christ, this detective really is crafty. That is the second music box that's left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Yeah, he was shaking him around. Yeah, because I did wonder, why was he shaking him around so randomly? It was pretty out of character for him, and well, we now know why. He was slipping that disc into his pocket. Damn. So he knew that we would expose him for him making that deal and taking that disc off Graydon's pocket, off Graydon's hand. And then he predicted, and then he's thought so far ahead that we would have thought to, that we would have just figured out that he had the disc on him. Wow. Jesus Christ.
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
What is that? I mean, just Gordon Raven Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Oh, it's good.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in the possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
Yep. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did. I thought my dog was gonna fall clean off, it did. I was wishing I've been born as me brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me with a whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the place did you mention the third gun when you got down the station? That's what he said. Get it right down my ear, all he did. Me ear's still throbbing now.
Ha!
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush.
Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I am operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, and that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you are making your decisions.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leadings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I would like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operated stop. Currently in presence of idle stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare a decision now...
Is Jeannie going to be found guilty?
I don't
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windivac or stole the government's secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well, shit.
Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
Very good question. What haven't I presented yet? There you get the deal. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Reno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Okay, do I throw it at Gregson or Graydon, man? Because, I don't have evidence that he killed the not the inspector, he killed the pawnbrokery owner. And then there's, there's Gregson, but we literally have no evidence on Gregson, so probably the best bet is to go for Graydon. What the fuck do I present? I don't know if this country is able to, do ballistic markings. Fuck. Okay. I think. Well, Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Huh. You misguided fool. Whatever do you intend to show me now? You'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he struck. On the stand? Get him to admit that he clearly struck the deal. What? I thought it was to get him to prove that. I thought it was to prove that he murdered the guy. Okay, no, okay. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's to force him into admitting this. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Yeah, because I did. When? Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Because when were the ballistic market? Yeah, because nobody analyzed the bullet, so. Yeah, there was a shooting. There's trucks around it.
Take that!
What on earth is this, counsel?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. No. Nope, I think I fucked up there.
Or perhaps irrefutable proof of corrupt dealings of corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind.
Yeah, no. Shit.
This is minimal considered. Yeah. Defense will be duly penalized. Ow.
Okay, it's not that. At the very last possible... Okay, they only struck that deal at the very last possible moment where they wouldn't stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them. Clearly it was strictly business. At the very last moment.
If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes.
Yes, punishable by death.
So I don't think old Silk is going to admit either any time soon, do you?
No, but Gregson on the other hand. He's just refusing to admit what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty.
I wonder if Greg's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty. Then perhaps the prize in Melbourne, you're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Runa.
Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders, so... Okay, so we go for Gregson, I guess.
The jury has indicated his readiness to declare its final findings. I urge you to consider that this is your... Yeah, okay.
This is my last chance. Okay. I have to go for Gregson now. Wait, I have to present evidence of... Okay. Okay, do I just play the disc, I guess? Well, I guess we just play it.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box console?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we discovered and set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc console.
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you don't let in the whole courtroom hear the confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect these state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. You let this secret information out in the public domain? You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, lead confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie in court, and all because by fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Vanzis, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
Very well. The defense's stance here that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs play simultaneously.
Woohoo! Leaking state secrets, let's go!
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, Shut that blooming box up!
Hey, blackmail. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That is when he approached me with a deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst! You there! You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon be very public indeed.
I couldn't let if that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, and if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winderbank.
You... Traitor!
Oh my god, holy shit.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
That's it then. It's all over. Well, I'm glad it's all over, but at the same time, we're still in big trouble because we still proved that we defended a murder in the first trial, and that we complied with falsified evidence. Yeah, we still have to deal with that one. I'm probably gonna lose my badge. I'm probably gonna get deported, if I'm being honest. Okay. I despise my life growing up. Oh wait, no, wait, that's not me. That's Graydon.
I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admired your determination.
But then you decided to try sell government secrets. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money.
Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with acquired talent, so you are. I have money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me with a little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's holographic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of ministry's communications for the ministry's communications office. Oh, I pushed shit. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easily it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
And he didn't think to bring his dad with him? I just realized I never voiced the guy's father, because in the first case where... Yeah, because he was the murder victim in the first case. Well, not in the first case, but in the last few episodes. That he was oh no, was it the first case? No, it was the third case. Yeah, it was in the third case, yeah. It was in the third case that, yeah, he was already dead, so I didn't need to voice the guy, but... Shit.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public.
Oh wait, no, it's still the guy. Oh my god, it's really hard to tell. Oh, okay, sorry. It's not, okay. I got the voices wrong. Yeah, no, it's Ashley that's talking right now.
I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted.
Oh, no.
I'll be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had to make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Miss McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus and hand over the second guess, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know was that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was, so after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge.
Oh. So he was the one who killed McGilded in the third case, because at the end of the case, when we got the not guilty verdict on McGilded when we were defending him, he was like, well, I thought it was a good idea to go and, enter the fucking omnibus that was in the courtroom to probably get rid of some forged evidence. And that's probably when he stepped in and burned the whole omnibus down while he was still inside, killing him. Oh, so he caused the fire. Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The the crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from a start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire.
Oh no, it was a hired hit on him. So he didn't do it himself, but he hired someone to kill him.
If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything into his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
Yeah.
That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
So he was the one who got it burned. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man, and he just admitted to murder. A second one. Man, I just have a variety of voices for all these bailiffs, so it's pretty inconsistent so far.
Everything is ready, sir, if you would like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis the time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. If I asked, I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. Wait, was he disguised as him, or did he bribe him? Oh no, it was an imposter who bribed him.
That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. so I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilton inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell.
It was paraffin, right? Yeah, paraffin.
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
Damn.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end. Yeah.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use the redeemed article I deposited there for thee. There's no need to give a name, just head over the ticket and tell them the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I had never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Clayton? Honest pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one of them is an extremely secure vault.
And that's when he deduced that, yeah, he hid it in there.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now. And that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could say that. I realized immediately that she was another of Mr. McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat, and the 1 disc that was in its pocket. Then the all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into that place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelf of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
And we got our confession, baby.
Before I knew what was happening, I had fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in a blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night.
Earlier, you called me Gilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good.
Oh no, I used the wrong voice.
Very good.
Oh my god.
And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It
transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garradeb Squadron is standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it! Let's go!
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Rune, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Huh?
Yeah, she still has to account for the perjury she did in that very trial she faked her testimony on. Yeah.
Eh?
2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery,
Oh yeah, she also broke into the pawnbrokery. Yeah, I think we might just get away with a reduced sentence at best here.
you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGill's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
Well, at least she's gonna get a reduced sentence. That's like the best we can do for her at this point. We can't really prove that she didn't break into the place, so... yeah.
And turning our attention to the defense,
Oh shit, yeah. We're gonna lose our qualification to practice as a lawyer. Just like, Naruhodo's descendant Phoenix Wright. Oh my god.
determining that, when played together, the music box disc containing a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Oh, okay. Okay, we pray to hope that the judge and prosecutor will forget about our unlawful practices that we unintentionally did during that one trial.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Oh yeah, we also did threaten to leak state secrets in the courtroom too. Yeah. This is not a victory we are coming out with unscathed. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I can get Inspector Gregson to admit what he's done, so... if I may say something on that point, I don't know who said that. Oh, is the detective awake? Isn't that? Oh no, it's juror number 5.
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Oh, was he scamming McGilded? He was giving him false information? Oh my god. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue this matter further.
Ugh, but it's really going to bother me. So wait, Oh, okay, well, I guess that plot line will probably have to be saved for the second Great Ace Attorney game? Because this is only the first Great Ace Attorney game, and we're on the final case of the first game. There's still the second game to go through. So I guess that could be... Well, I guess that'll be covered in the second game, probably.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
falsified evidence, imitation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing. I don't see most days back in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again! Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade not guilty.
Let the confetti fly! Man. Oh man, oh yeah, I forgot they also have fireworks. Jesus Christ, they really love letting off pyrotechnics in this courtroom. Oh my god. Oh man, she just had that ready. Man, this court really loves its pyrotechnics. We're just shooting a bunch of fireworks and confetti as soon as a verdict's been given. Holy shit. Man, they just really had that prepared in production, huh?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. And we're alone with Von Zeeks.
On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the crime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on this inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Oh yeah, we never knew who was the other Japanese man that made him racist. Yeah, because he got betrayed by a Japanese man earlier, who was probably a lawyer. And, well, because of that, he basically became a racist towards the Japanese. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not.
I think that was a mosquito that flew over me.
And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not.
Alright. Then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Baby, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. In the second game, probably. Because
This is only the first Greatest Attorney game, so we still have the second game to go through, which just means 5 more fucking cases. After this one.
17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Your result is your name.
What's all about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes. I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I'll have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fact lot of sense to me though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in!
But, oh, I thought it was Naruto for a second.
But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. Oh, back to this voice.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption.
Is that the detective? Or is that the bailiff? Oh, that is the detective, yeah.
But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
That voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently at the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling...
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it was me all along, you see?
And there's our goofy detective friend. I did see you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
What? How? Oh.
I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me.
Oh yeah, that one old man who was wearing the surgeon's outfit, the surgeon uniform.
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board. So he literally just been like, hey, I'm a famous detective, if you free me, I'll sign your autograph or something. Probably along those lines.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood. It's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, perhaps not as cold as ice. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And, in some way I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Oh yeah, oh no, I totally forgot. Oh no, I forgot. The Reaper, oh no, the story, the Reaper of the Bailey story. Because whoever gets in a trial that is being conducted by Von Zeeks, who's the Reaper of the Bailey, will end up dying whether or not they get a guilty verdict or not. Oh fuck. Okay, well the question is whether or not she'll actually survive the curse that will come to her.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean?
Oh my god, yeah, holy shit.
Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial, it was working on the winds that wind up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. And as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
I'm upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, I'm upstairs. Knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. It won't have gotten the wrong end of this. It won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. And to the end of the day, I'm upstairs to make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like McGildids of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
what happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not so sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Oh god, is that foreshadowing for the second game?
I'll be careful.
Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Yeah, because she still is going to get punished for perjury in that one trial, and for also breaking and entering into a closed store, and I think that's it actually, but still needs to serve time in some way, unfortunately.
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge, Pater. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking both trotters out. What was in the log? Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in on the fence, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? Although, well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I'm gonna make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me, for the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Yep, she still has to serve time for breaking and entering, stealing shit, and perjury for that one trial. Yeah, I think that's just perjury. Yeah, it's just perjury.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Well, since you have a reduced sentence, it shouldn't be that bad. At least you're not going to get executed.
Otto?
Yes? Oh, she's gonna hit me with a smoke gun. Uh-oh.
What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh yes, it's a good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pick-purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then. What's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it on time to wave Susie off.
Oh. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I knew of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sorrel.
I don't... The Great Detective does it again!
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Man, this trial has gone on. This case has gone on for long enough. For so long! Oh my god, I forgot how long the end case tends to be. Holy shit.
18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Sato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there. Look. It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Wait, she was about to throw that book. Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I'm saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
Because she tampered with the crime scene, technically.
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing.
Oh, she stole it from her.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat Clapham hat, so I pulled up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Windibank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that the door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in the photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank, even though I was sure she would have never done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah.
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole that I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know, and I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes.
Oh.
If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she hadn't done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene.
To be honest, man, I think we probably will be disbarred by the end of this case, considering that, we did defend a fucking murderer, and we technically went along with the false evidence and testimony he set out. So, yeah, I don't think either way is not gonna look good for me.
So, Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Mrs. Sato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Oh, that's why. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, Exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury of members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then, we couldn't have never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-byte problem, I assure you.
Sogi?
What?
Well, that can be a real word, can it? How funny.
That's Kazuma's... wait, first or last name? Goddamn Japanese fucking culture.
Wait. Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Sogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
What? She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code. It's not just the English variety. Various countries around the world would have altered and added to the Morse code and to use them in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course! Wait, is it from Japan? Is it a message from Japan?
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi? Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Gurekusun.
Gregson?
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
What?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four? And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris.
What? I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code, not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names?
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from.
Oh, yeah, about that. Your dad's dead.
Oh, well.
Wait. Oh my god. No way. It's that fucking woman from the first case, the culprit of the first case. She was sending that Morse code telegram to the government. Oh my god. What was her name again? It was like Elizabeth something? She had a weird swan hat in the first case. Is she an assassin for the British Empire? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, this game is literally... Oh my god, all the cases are connected together. The very first case of the game that was extremely long for our tutorial is connected to everything. That fucking swan hat bitch, she was... Oh my god. Damn, I can see why people really like this game then. Cause I've heard the reviews that this game is like arguably the best Ace Attorney game in the whole series. Damn.
No, it's not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windbag's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Oh, and the ship's about to leave, so she has to leave as well.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Usato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Usato. I hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah!
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh yeah, how did she know about that? Yeah, she had knowledge over a manuscript that has yet to be even published.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. on the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susanoo takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Mrs. Sato.
And my instincts were right.
I really want to believe. Man, how is that ship not left already?
I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
You better hurry up, that ship is gonna go. You go. Oh, is this animated? Yep.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Well, you still have a second
Looking
game.
back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
No shit, you manipulated the fucking conductor. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at the stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
What? Huh? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you love defending yourself in court.
God damn it, I'm being framed for another crime. God damn it. Fuck you, Sholmes. Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Great. I'm gonna get fucking sued by the railway company because Sholmes goddamn manipulated the conductors. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes?
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like.
Oh wait, no, he didn't manipulate the conductor. He fucking snuck onto the railway tracks, pulled the fucking lever, and changed the railway so that the train we were booked on would go in our way, which would at the same time stop the other trains from going on their intended departure times. Oh my gosh, Sholmes. You literally just broke and entered into the fucking railway station and then pinned it on me. Bruh.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection... Yep. Oh my god. Oh my god, we finally had the... Oh my god. We finally beat the game!
Oh shit, fucking post credits! At the following evening, I ordered the music box arrived at the big trip all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it would transpire that I had ordered for all of them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
I have to speak really fast because it has auto scroll in the credits. I mean, auto scroll in the dialogue because the goddamn it's not gonna pause for me to read slowly. Because that's how games usually go. They auto scroll the text so fast and
I haven't slept in a week. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hedda usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, for use of some dried toast and insipid coffee. But I do miss Susie. Miss Lovely Susie.
oh my god. Oh my god, I fucking hate the credit scenes when they auto scroll the fucking dialogue. Oh my god, this fucking
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly, ready to come on, go inside on the race stakes themselves.
Well, I don't know, sir. Nose's father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar?
Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Oh my god, I have to voice act all of these characters super fast because the fucking text is auto-scrolling. I can't pause to slow it down. Fuck, what was his voice again?
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give my highest offering the refuge in my bucket. The man brings some kids on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's unfair!
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god, fuck, what was his voice again? Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in a perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have about 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Oh my god. I keep forgetting, in these fucking games, they do have dialogue within the end credits, but they auto-scroll so fast I have to read them like I'm a fucking speedrunner.
The latest Ranch magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get an standing ovation. Want to hear it? Hey, not bad I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Getting ready for the next character. Oh, is that it? Oh no. Fucking get it.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. I must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pig. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hopefully the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Oh yeah, his wife got arrested. Oh wait, his wife actually was sent to jail because she accidentally threw a knife out of the window, which then landed on an innocent bystander.
My Ronnie is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more than these days, and hunting down the small chains of a bit of Bobby now, looking out for the Londoners that are dropping ads and depending on my lovely one. Oh, Pat. Oh, Ronnie.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I have to voice all these previous characters from all the previous cases of this very fucking game. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and Gina's serving her time. Looks like I'm gonna be doing it for a while. But Lyles comes every day for the latter, so I am to do boy. Oh my god. Oh, my tongue is twisting on all sorts of. She's going on all the ways of the man while Storms is looking into it. Criminal investigations are kind of an interesting way to get into that. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I have to speak in a fucking Scottish accent at fucking Mach speed. What the hell? This is not fair, game. This is not fair.
Oh yeah, and there's Graydon. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Give over, bro. As we used to know.
We got time here to hang on the comment of the Milton and his color milk will run, right?
The three Muskewatsits. The milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. I think I may have fucked up in the... Oh well, the three brothers are back. So it turns out Graydon was the missing brother that they were looking for. Oh right, that's why he likes flashing poses, cause he worked with them in the past. He was their fellow criminal associate. Oh my god, that's why he likes to flash poses.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your sister will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Oh my god. Please, is this all? Please, have we gone through all the characters yet? Okay, I think that's all the dialogue. Oh my god. Yay! We beat the first game. Oh my god. Yay! That's the end of the fucking game. I swear to fucking god if there's another after credit scene. Oh no, it's just another set of credits? Oh yeah. Okay, can I skip this shit? Oh my god. I cannot skip this fucking credit scene. I can't, there's no skip credits button, god damn it. Oh my god, fuck it. I'm just gonna mute my mic and go take a shower because I haven't taken my shower yet.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, and the credits have ended. Alright, sweet. Alright. Well, let's see, Yep, now all that's left to eventually... Yep. This is basically the next game after the first one. Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Yep, and that's gonna be played in the next stream because I'm not fucking crazy enough to start the second game like that. Yeah, I'm just... yeah, I'm not crazy enough to do that. Yeah. Yep. Oh my god. Yep. Second game, let's go. Next, yep, that's gonna be in the next stream, but actually, well, technically not the next stream. The next stream next week, because tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna be in VR chat art. Yeah, I'm gonna be in my. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking part in the VR chat RP Neon Divide Alternative, where I'll be playing as my medical character, my medical droid that's being funny and is being taken on a mission in the middle of a fucking wasteland, retrieving parts and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyway, oh my god, my fucking voice. Jesus fucking Christ, my throat after blasting my goddamn voice acting for 6 goddamn hours. I mildly regret tackling the last section of the game right after finishing a short part. I probably should have just ended the stream earlier, so that way I wouldn't have stayed up so late. Oh, whatever, it's fine. Alright, well, that's the first game done. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo, and yes. Oh my god. And yeah, and for those who haven't seen my previous case playthroughs, the VODs are on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. It's there if you want to see what happened in the previous case, or see me play games that I have streamed previously, like it was another Ace Attorney game. What the fuck was Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2? Yes, which is a spin-off game that takes place into the more far future, because obviously this game is a prequel. It takes place during fucking 90 whatever the fuck ancient Britain, Empire London took place in, back when Japan was still sucking Britain's dick because they're an inferior global superpower against the US and the UK. Oh my god. Farewell for now.